Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I forgot to actually launch my VTuber thingy. Oops. I'm a professional. Give me a sec while I fix that. And I also forgot to change that rotating banner again. I need to figure out a way to make it link to the video title somehow. That would be so much easier for me. There we go. I should have a face. I have a face. Hello. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a nice little weekend. Today, unlike what it is saying at the top, what I want to tackle is an idea that I had. I'm gonna get into why I had this idea in just a second. I just need to fix this. Brims, exactly. Currently writing your own RPG. Well, good luck with that. That is definitely an endeavor. That is so much work. Hello, person with a face. Hello, hello, hello. So, let's get into the why. Maybe I can find the current article for Hardlight. Okay, there it is. So this is the current article I have going on for how Hardlight works in this setting. And what it says right now is that this thing. The reason I came up with the idea of prisms is this little highlighted section over here. So basically how I had it set up. Words are difficult. Currently writing your own Foundry VTT implementation. That is so cool. I need to figure out how Foundry works. I don't even have a license yet. I've just played on it a couple times because my DM had a license for it, but I haven't toyed with it myself. So basically the idea of Hardlight was I kind of wanted it to act as this system's spells in a way. I wanted it to be a thing player characters could do and learn how to do that would give them extra abilities while solving problems out in the wasteland. And how I had it set up is that you had this huge contraption called the generator, and then you would give that contraption blueprints, kind of like a 3D printer, and it would make that shape that you gave it out of light. So basically an instantaneous but very costly and very unwieldy 3D printer is the idea. Basically like the ideas of Symmetra. Yes, exactly. Symmetra from Overwatch. You've probably seen Hardlight in a bunch of sci-fi stuff from Overwatch, Halo. I think there might be some in Star Trek. I'm not too sure on that. Don't quote me. It would be a shame if I was wrong about something called Trek, knowing the name of my channel. But yeah, Hardlight is a pretty versatile sci-fi concept. It's absolute nonsense in terms of physics. The way I had to justify it is that when humanity finally managed to get nuclear fusion working, they discovered that light behaved in a weird way after nuclear fusion for just a few milliseconds. So we wouldn't have been able to figure that out until then, which means all of our current knowledge of how science works doesn't really apply to Hardlight, which basically allows me to take artistic liberties. Only expert can use it. It's a shame that the flare happened before they finished inventing easy light. No. Come on, I didn't invent the English language. It's not my fault you guys have the same word for two very different concepts. The characters in Steven Universe are basically hard-like constructor. Yeah, absolutely. They're sentient ones. Oh, then that gives me an idea of a monster right there. That is absolutely an idea. Oh, is the stream going well? I'm getting a warning about the bit rate, by the way. What are we talking about? So today I want to fix this little thing called hard light in my tabletop RPG setting and system, which is intended to be, again, basically spells, but a sci-fi take on spells. And the problem I had with those hard light constructs until now is that due to the fact I had it set up as a 3D printer that you would give it blueprints. Here's the thing about blueprints and digital files. They're very easy to copy paste, right? If you have a blueprint, you could just copy paste it and just give everyone in your party the blueprint. And at that point, that causes a bunch of problems because you don't really have any difference between the different characters in the party anymore. Everyone can just do the exact same things. Oh, it lags quite a bit. Well, I don't know how to fix it, unfortunately. I hope it's not too bad. And then another problem you kind of have with this is that this is a post-apocalyptic setting. Like if I go to the homepage, this is what the setting looks like. So one of the core themes is scarcity. And you can't really do scarcity with digital goods, right? Some people have tried. It did not go well. Let me tell you. Yes, it is a sci-fi setting. It's basically the entire premise of this system is that it's on Earth, good old Earth, except it's the year 2149, I think, from memory. So it's a bit in the future. The world is kind of recognizable. Like you have concerts, you have the internet, you have radio, all of that good stuff. Except, as the name kind of implies, there was a solar flare and all of the technology kind of fried. And now we're living in the aftermath. And the aftermath looks like this, which is a wasteland, because of course I have taken artistic liberties, which basically means I took every excuse I could to justify that the volcanoes suddenly all erupted and covered the sky with ash and soot, because that's cool. And the rule of cool is my guiding principle in life. Prism NFTs, yeah, exactly. So, to avoid the problems that NFTs have in real life, I basically decided to switch this concept of blueprints with a new concept called prisms. So instead of a digital good used to tell the hard light generator what to make, you would use a physical object, a prism. And basically you would shine a beam of light into the prism and it would shape it into just the right form. It would create the shape that you desire. But now, because it's a physical thing, you can find it in nature. Not necessarily in nature, but like in your adventures. You could buy it, sell it, trade it, craft one. You could uncraft ones, etc. So that kind of fixes the whole economy aspect of it, as well as if you happen to find a particularly rare and useful prism, you won't be able to just outfit your entire party with it. Someone's gonna have to hold it, and that will probably be a choice that you will base on who the identities of the different characters in the parties are. So basically, yeah, just by realizing that NFTs kind of suck, you kind of solve all of the thematic and mechanical problems that I had with this concept. So this is the live version of the website. So this is what is currently online right now. If I close this and instead go to my local version, which is a bit updated, there's not a whole lot of detail yet, and that's what we're gonna fix today. But I've basically replaced them with just this idea of a prism that you put in front of a beam of hard light, and it creates the shape. And a good chunk of this stream is probably going to be figuring out what shapes we want, because right now I only have like a basic framework or basic page setup. Is it going to be available for public use? Do you mean the website? Do you mean the prisms? Do you mean the, like, is this system going to have like an open license? Is that the question? It's a very cool idea, a really good in-story justification for making them not copyable. English is hard. So to make it so you can't copy them. Thank you. That's kind of how I work. It's just I ran headfirst into a bunch of problems and then I figure out how to solve them. And sometimes it works. So yeah, right now I only have this. I'm not sure yet what the mechanical properties of prisms might be. For now, I have like an early draft of what I think would be the simplest way to basically represent a prism mechanically, which doesn't necessarily mean it's the best, but it's kind of the easiest way I could figure out how to represent them. So they have 3 properties right now. They have an energy cost. So energy is one of the 5 core resources in the game. So if you go to a character sheet, you have those 5 resources here. You have scrap, biomass, chemicals, electronics, and energy. And basically you would need to spend energy to actually power a hard light construct. Yeah, so is the yay in what is the yay in response to? Sorry. Because I mentioned a bunch of different things, like, is the website available? So yeah, they have 3 different properties right now. One being energy cost. Having some sort of big industrial device from before the fall that can copy a design from one prism to another could be an interesting plot hook. Oh, absolutely. So one of the reasons I kind of fell in love with this idea, let me find it, if I can find the YouTube video I shared on the Discord server, because I did find a cool video which showed kind of what I wanted to do with this. Basically, like those kind of laser etched pieces of glass that can reshape a laser beam. They exist in real life. That's the cool thing. Like, I'm not inventing it. It's a thing that people can do. Oh, there it is. I find it. There's the thing. Where am I? Okay. So here you have like a laser etched piece of glass, and then when people shine a laser through it, depending on where the laser is exactly, it's going to result in a different shape. So that kind of thing requires like extremely accurate, like precision machining. That's the right one. And so you wouldn't be able to do it just by hand, right? You wouldn't be able to craft a prism by just scratching at a piece of glass yourself. You would need some kind of a machine. Thanks to this channel for the video. There you go. So yeah, absolutely. One plot hook for this is someone's probably taken control of a factory that used to make prisms. And that is going to make them very powerful in the Wasteland, because they can do something that nobody else can. Gonna use prisms to Tears of the Kingdoms. Myself a weird rocket car. Absolutely. You are invited to get absolutely crazy with it. You could actually use those prisms like the parts from Tears of the Kingdom to build some simple constructor vehicles with it. Yep. That's the idea. Like, one thing I absolutely want to make sure of is you can use those prisms in combat, but it shouldn't be the only use of a prism. I kind of want every single prism to have some uses outside of combat, even if it's something super simple like bridging a gap. I imagine those would be difficult to copy from the actual etching itself, because anything you try to scan it with gets refracted in the same manner. Yeah, that's actually one thing I didn't think was very important to put in the rules. You tell me if I'm wrong on this, but basically you don't really need like a skill check to identify what a prism can do, because you can just shine a light at it and then it shows you the shape. Even if it's not like fancy hard light, you can just shine regular light at it and it's going to shape the light in the exact same way, so you can see what shape the prism can create, even without spending like the actual energy to power it. Prism makes a catapult that you can get into to fling yourself across a chasm. Okay, I'm gonna need to write this one down. So, warning, this is going to be a code flashbang. Woo! So this is just the Prism article, which is basically this part on the website. But then I also have a second file, which is the actual list of prisms. And right now there's only one, which is basically just an example. So I'm gonna write ideas. So one was a bridge. Not a bridge, a bridge. Thank you. Another was a catapult. So we had apparently Tab 9, which is my my AI that I use for writing code. It's trained on completely open source data. It's kind of cool. Really wants me to have a chest, so we're gonna have a chest. It's okay, I've already got the chest. We can chill. I'm gonna have a bridge, although I guess this could also be a wall. Really rare prisms that make two different very basic shapes based on the angle you use. Oh, that could be an idea. So, rare prism ideas. One can do more than one shape. One of the ideas I had for a rare prism, and let me find the actual article for this, is I have space elevators in this setting, and the idea is that the way hard light works is that the hard light construct is kind of like a CRT screen, you know, like the image is just blasted thousands of times per second because it lasts only for a very small fraction of a second, and you need to replace it and replace it and replace it as it decays into just regular light. So one of the fun properties that this comes with is that, at least before the flare, before like solar radiation kind of fried most of the technology, hard light was functionally indestructible. And that means a lot of infrastructure projects that wouldn't be realistic to do in real life Once you have a material like this that when it breaks or when it experiences strain, you just replace it instantly. You can create some pretty wacky stuff, including space elevators. So the way space elevators work is they're made up of a chain of about, I think I said 40 or 50. Yeah, 50, it's over there. 50 massive hard light generators, which basically just build their own scaffolding. So the only strain on the entire structure, because the reason we don't have space elevators in real life is that we don't know of a single material that's strong enough to build one. The only strain is on the hard light itself, which is replaced thousands of times per second. So one of the rare prisms I figured would be, basically, you would have very common prisms, which people would use in their daily life before the flare, and then you would have these highly specialized prisms that you would need to actually seek out, because they would be custom made, and then people using them would use them in very specific places. What about some meta prisms, where you can distort the shape of another prism to make it twice as big, like a I'm not gonna say that word because I'm way too French. But you get the idea, you have read the comment on YouTube. You could do some kind of meta prism. That could be interesting, at least mechanically. Fun fact, there used to be some meta spells in D&D as well. So this doesn't break the theme of prisms being the spells of Flare Fall. Like you used to have spells like permanency in D&D, I think it was called, which would take an existing spell and then just change the duration to forever. So meta prisms change another prism's properties, probably by making the energy cost much larger. Chain or wire? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you could make some shapes that don't stay in place. One of the properties I decided Hardlight would have was it would have a weight. It would be affected by gravity, so you can't just make a flying construct. But you could definitely make a chain. 6, a cage, I guess, or like a prison. A giant fan. So you here's the thing, you can't really make a construct that moves, right? Because it's not Hardlight doesn't conduct electricity, doesn't like you can't have printed circuits in it. But what you can do very easily is you can have like a weight that is made of Hardlight, and then a chain, and then like a spool. So basically you could create the weight that would pull on the spool and create some rotation like that, I suppose. I'm not really sure what you could use a giant fan for, like in an adventure. I guess you could push some gas, or if it's a really, really big fan, it would make enough wind to actually push people. I'm gonna need to do that pirate software thing where he opens like paint and then puts a black background on everything and then draws the different so let's think about the fan. So it's basically a bunch of what's it called? Blades? Yeah, blades. Which is linked to a pool, to a spool with a huge chain and then a weight, and then you have some feet. This is your fan. This is sci-fi. This is the optimal way to do science. I'm just gonna close this real quick because this is awful. A lamp, a platform. So here's the thing. I already have bridge and wall because my idea is that the shape itself is basically just a huge rectangle, right? And then depending on the angle you use, you could use that same prism for a wall, like a vertical rectangle, and then a bridge, a horizontal rectangle, and then a ramp, like a diagonal rectangle. So hard light constructs have weight. Yeah. Absolutely. That's one of the limitations I kind of put on it for story reasons, because if you can have flying hard light constructs, it just makes things possible that really shouldn't be possible. You could do a mirror. Oh, let's think about what that means. Because basically, you would need to stand between someone and the hard light construct they're generating, and then you could move that hard light construct against their will. That would be an interesting one. So that wouldn't be a prism, but that could be like a... Well, I guess that could be a meta prism, right? You need to stand like a mirror and stand between someone and their construct to change the construct's position. That could be one of the meta prisms. That could be interesting. Like, players could do some wacky stuff with it because they wouldn't necessarily use it against enemies. They could use it to reroute their own constructs. Didn't you say that the hard light only lasts a second or two before it needs to be projected again? Yeah. It doesn't even last for a second. It lasts for like a fraction of a second, and it needs to be refreshed thousands of times per second. Kind of like an old TV, you know, like those CRT TVs. Basically, they're just a laser beam that just sweeps over the screen a bunch of times per second. They sound like metal when struck, so you could have a hard light bell that makes a loud noise. Ooh. Because you know, in a world like this, where hard light exists and people can just make shapes out of them, someone's gonna make one of those Minecraft songs, Minecraft covers, you know, like, and then use the music blocks to make the popular songs. So that's absolutely something people would do. That looks like fairy wings. Is that my highly scientific blueprint? I don't know what you're talking about. There's no fairies in this setting. We've talked about that already. Like a wall that you can push back and forth by moving the prism. I guess I need to figure that out. Can you move the construct after having generated it? Because right now, the rules I have only say that you pay the energy cost, then it lasts for the duration, and if it takes that amount of hit points, you have to pay the cost again, basically. So that's basically the first draft, very simple version. It's probably not going to stay like this, but one of the things that you're totally right, I kind of need to handle is I'm gonna make it like a header. questions I need to answer. One of them is, can you move the construct by just moving the prism? I honestly do not have an answer to this at the moment. I don't know how it would need to work, whether that's to stay realistic or just to be a more easy to run game, both of which are kind of important. That means you can't really have a construct that falls, because it would just get reset to its initial position constantly. Yeah, let's think about that. Let's think about what that means. Here's what I kind of pictured in my mind, but I probably need to write it down in order for it to actually make it to the actual description of how these things work. Is basically, I figured creating the construct wouldn't be instantaneous, because you would need to push the air out of the way. So you would start with a small construct and then pile more and more hard light onto it until you have the desired shape. But once you have the desired shape, there's no air in there anymore, so you can just replace it instantly, and that works. That's kind of what I pictured. So how do I write it down? How long does it take for the construct to manifest? Or how does it fall if you can just recreate it? No fairies in the setting explain this. Okay, I'm just gonna write fairy. Just in case. I don't know if it's going to amount to anything, but we're gonna think about what a fairy could mean in terms of hard light. The only form of music that still works in the future is riding a minecart through a field that has hard light blocks, playing Megalovania. Oh no, it truly is a dystopian cyberpunk future. Again, a lamp, wheel. So a lamp. Let me think about this, because here's the thing. All hard light already emits light, like when it decays into regular light. That's that's one of the things I have written down for how does it look? Where is it? It's not in this page, it's in the lore page. Hard light, there it is. I have an article on here on what it looks like and what the physical properties are. So, appearance: as the heavy photons making up a hard light construct decay into regular photons over time, any object made of hard light glows. So what would a lamp do? Sure, so that was again about the question of, can hard light really fall if you can replace it? So sure, but every time it is reset, however many times per second it is projected, it will get projected in the same location relative to the prism. So something like that pulley-based fan can't work. I need to figure out how to make that work, because I absolutely do want some flexible hard light construct, like you build like a chain and then you can move the chain, because otherwise it is going to limit the field of what these things can do so much. So I definitely need to figure out a way to justify that. If they push the air away, you could create small explosions or implosions instantly somewhere. I guess that could be a prism, actually. Like, one of the monsters we did last week, where is it? Creatures of the Wasteland. By the way, I don't know if you've seen the website since last week. I have added all of the things I said I would add. So how to use stat blocks, what are the stats, how to use the cold shot options, etc. And one of the robots we had... Which one was I looking for? Oh yeah, this one. It had a prism, but I hadn't defined what prisms were yet. I just knew I wanted to have prisms. But basically I figured one prism that would be useful to this creature would be an expanding sphere, basically. So it just starts as a small sphere and then quickly expands, pushing everyone out of the way. So that could be one of the ones that we define here. So let's call it Shockwave because it sounds cooler. You could have simple animations by having rotating prisms. That manipulates the projection as it rotates while the light is being shined through it. Ah. I guess if you can do this, like you could have a bunch of different angles on this, but I understand why Pirate Software does this. This is handy. Just being able to just jot things down real quick. So if you have like a prism that looks like a cube, just by changing the angle of the beam, like you could have different properties even if it hits the same spot. And then you could also aim at different spots. So I guess by doing that you could aim at a different part of the laser etching and then result in different shapes. No offense, but why do you need to explain how these work? They are impossible anyway. You can simply make up parameters. Yeah, internal consistency is definitely important, I think. I've tried so far to make this a sort of hard sci-fi setting, with the only exception being, well, a couple exceptions being hard light and the volcanoes. But I do think at least that keeping the exceptions to a minimum is kind of important for one reason which I've highlighted in the introduction of this little thing. Oh god, I really don't like Firefox. Yeah, just pretend there's no error. So the reason I wanted hard sci-fi is that, to me at least, in a tabletop RPG, what matters is the choices that the players make, and the more internal consistency you have, the more players are able to like understand the setting, the more they'll be able to predict the outcomes of their actions and then come up with plans, make decisions, take control of the narrative. Like to me, caring about all of these sci-fi nonsense is kind of a way to empower the players in a way, and also make the GM's job easier because they won't have to think about all of these things that take me hours to work out. It's kind of the flip book equivalent for these prisms. Hard light in the volcanoes, that's a band name. I like that. Maybe the heavy protons leave a track or push air out of the way as they travel. And it's a weird thing, right? Because on the one hand, I do want to have these details figured out and make it internally consistent. On the other hand, like, this is already a pretty long article as far as I'm concerned. Like, I would be personally intimidated to read through this whole thing. I wouldn't want to make it 14 pages longer than it already is. So it's a weird balance to strike. For me, it depends on how fantastic an element is. I will never really explain teleportation or warp drive, so I won't start to explain why they work, only that they work. Oh, that is a good point. Because yeah, these are definitely the more fantastical elements of the setting, by quite a margin. Like, food works as you think it should, but this is kind of a new thing introduced by the setting. I guess I can just say that it falls, and then it will be future Trek's responsibility to figure out why. But yeah, right now at least, hard light is affected by gravity and air resistance, and it has weight. Because yeah, if I didn't give it weight, if I made it possible to make flying hard light, it would make things like the trains, now they can fly. That makes things difficult. And what about the space elevators? The reason they work is inertia, but what does inertia mean to something that can fly, right? Like, does it stay geostationary? Like, what is the reference point of the universe, kind of thing? If you want to explain moving hard light constructs, you could simply say the prisms are like lenses and invent something like a projector that makes them move. So I already have a projector. It's kind of outdated. It's still based on the idea that you're using blueprints, but I do have it in the items section, I think. It should be in others. Oh god, I refactored this thing and now I have a million bookmarks in the object section. I'm gonna need to fix that because it's really ugly. It should be in various equipment. Yeah, there we go. So until now, when I still was working with the concept of blueprints, the idea I had was you could have 4 different hard light generators, each with a different amount of damage on it, and then the quality of the hard light construct would depend on the quality of the generator itself. That's kind of what I had. But I could repurpose this and still introduce the concept of a generator, even with the prism next to it. The reason I kind of hesitated and kind of wanted to get rid of them is, to put it simply, like, even the cheapest one, 20 chips, which is the currency for this game, it was kind of expensive, right? The starting wealth your character has is 50. So in order to even have the ability to use hard light at all at the start of an adventure, you would kind of need to give up on a lot of things. And that kind of sucked to me, because the less approachable this system is, the less likely I feel the players would be to actually interact with it. For me, it's much more fun coming up with cool ideas that inspire players to use them than to try to figure out how they could work and what they can and cannot do. Yeah, that's kind of one of my fears with this concept of prisms, is that I'm taking this very versatile concept of hard light and then putting a bunch of restrictions on it. But I think if I come up with a good list of prisms, at the very least, it should be pretty fine. Maybe the worst generators can only do static objects, Oh, so that's an idea. Like maybe you need. I'm gonna add like a new section for this. Limitation ideas. Each prism would require a projector of a certain level of quality. So then you could have rare prisms require rare generators, and that would kind of double up on it. But introducing the idea of a projector also introduces like a second variable you can toy with, right? Kind of like you have the spell, and then you have the spell level. Restrictions breed creativity. Yeah, I made a video about that. You could come up with some kind of a feat or trait that simply gives your character some basic art-light items, which cannot be traded directly. I guess I could make like a basic equipment thing, so you would have 50 gold plus the basic equipment, rather than just the 50 gold. I'm calling it gold again. I need to stop. This is not fantasy, I swear. There's monsters and stuff, but it's not fantasy. It's true that restrictions breed creativity, but only if you don't restrict too much so that you can still have enough ideas. Some restrictions are helpful, too many just makes it unnecessarily hard to make stuff up. It definitely increases the barrier to entry if you add too many restrictions, because the reader or the user needs to wrap their head around every single restriction before they can actually make stuff. Like one example, and I don't mean anything bad to the Pathfinder community. I know you guys can be pretty aggressive and defensive of your stuff. But yeah, Pathfinder is an example of that, right? The system is much more solid, but that also means, unfortunately, that it's a lot harder for people to make homebrew for it. There's definitely a spectrum here, and a nice balance that you need to hit. You could say that prism plus a simple lamp makes a construct that cannot move, and more advanced lamps or projectors allow complex stuff like movement or movable parts like chains or fans. Let me think about that for a second. So you would have basically on the prism the equivalent of the at higher spell levels section of D&D spells, I guess. Like you could use the same prism with different tiers of projectors, and that would result to different outcomes and shapes and properties. That could be cool. So each prism gains extra effects with higher tier projectors. I think rather than locking each prism to a minimum projector quality, having prisms linked to the decay duration might be better. So the cheapest ones are all static because they constantly reproject, while the ones that last for 30 plus seconds can fall, be moved, etc. The weird thing thematically about that is that, in a way, you usually want the hard light to be as solid and indestructible as it can be. So in that frame, like, the lower quality projector would almost feel more useful, I guess. Like, being able to create flying objects is really useful in most adventures, as it turns out. Yeah, but yeah, I kind of like the idea of each prism gaining extra effect depending on your projector. Because then that allows me to basically say, if you have no projector, this is the effect. And then still have this flexibility and then create a bunch of different, very flexible effects. So let's add that section. What would I call it? Projector effect? That's not good. So let's have just a section called effect, and then in it I'll describe that sometimes a prism might gain extra effect if you're using a high tier projector. Just simply like that. This describes the shape generated by the prism and its properties. Sometimes the shape might gain extra effect or additional effect if using a higher tier projector. And I'm gonna link to the projectors here. What's the ID on those? Not that guy. That guy. Oh, that is an ugly ID. Hard light generator glitchy. Oh, I might hit like the maximum amount of characters on the URL with this. Using a projector is not necessary to use any prism unless specified otherwise. There we go. So that gives a bunch of, like, with that, the design space for what a prism can be is pretty wide. Like, I would be able to make hundreds of them. I don't think it would actually benefit the system if I did, but you could. Those more expensive ones might be able to choose to reset constantly if you want, but the cheaper ones can't do the opposite. I think it's probably better to have it on the prism rather than on the generator. I need to find the generator page. Other should be this one, yeah. Because I need to update this description here. Because it's not the generator. First of all, I'm gonna call it projector. But it's not this item which generates the effect. Instead, this projector can be used to enhance the effects of a prism / rules / I think it's just, oh no, actually, yeah, it's this. And then same for every tier of projector. There we go. There we go. I've seen Google search URLs. I don't think you'll even be close. That is true. In the project I'm working on, like for the next video, which should come out in about a week, if I'm quick with writing the actual script of the video. I've tried actually putting the search parameters in the URL. It very quickly got out of hand. So I don't know if I'm gonna keep that feature in. Hard light familiar would be super cool. Or that is definitely going to be like a very rare and expensive type of hard light thing. Because adding an extra creature in combat makes things go bad real quick. Firefox can handle 65,000 characters. Oh god. So I'm good, actually. Again, this links to the Prism article just fine. However, I have broken the link from the Prism article. Okay, there we go. And now I can do infinitely nested tooltips. It's infinite. Can I get it to break? Oh, I think I've hit the limit. Yeah, I can't get it more than that. Oh snap, thank you for the donation. The super chat. Gotta go, but glad to see the stream. Thank you. Have a nice day. I say as my head is just hovering over like absolute nonsense. There we go. Just getting rid of all the tooltips. Going the Zelda route and making something like 1,000 or 2,000 tops. Oh, you mean like a contraption that's made of a bunch of different constructs? That actually reminds me, one hardlight construct we could have would be glue, right? Just gluing and just linking two objects together. That's definitely not a Zelda thing, I swear. I just came up with it 2 seconds ago. That could be a really cool one that players would actually get creative with. That's just gadgets at this point. Yeah, absolutely. I do want the gadgets to have a slightly different role, but you could use gadgets in combination with prisms, I think. Like you could put a prism on the gadget. Shouldn't hardlight serve a different purpose? I think hardlight is more specialized, like more situational, and gadget can kind of do whatever you want them to do. But yeah, I definitely want there to be the possibility to combine the two. Glue could be a basic property of hardlight. Bring two together and they fuse. I don't mean the glue construct would be used to fuse two constructs together. I mean, it would take whatever shape would be needed to, at the atomic level, pull on whatever is close to it, like physical objects, not hard light. And you could glue two objects together. Like you could use it to maybe force an enemy to stay in place, you know? Or you could use it to create like a raft, like you do in Zelda, or like a small aircraft. But at this point, if I just give you a hard light prism that is, you can make things sticky, the possibilities are kind of endless. Where's my... Okay, there it is. Prisms. More ideas. A kite. I think the rectangle or the wall could be used as a kite, I guess. It depends on how thick it is. A rope, a wheel. Do I have a wheel in there? I don't have a wheel in there. You've been suggesting it for like half an hour. Sorry about that. For the chain, I guess, or the rope, it could be the same as the chain. Like, would you have different uses for a chain versus a rope? With the direction this is going, I'm failing to grasp how this is any different than gadgets, beyond the fact that it can just be produced on the spot. So that, I think that's going to go down to what the individual prisms do. Like both of them are kind of the let's get creative mechanic for this system. But they do it in different ways, right? The gadgets are all about making things which interact with the environment, and then this is more let's create new environments or change the environment. Like in D&D terms, I guess I would say the gadgets would give you like minions, and then the prisms would be spells. Like you could have a spell that creates a minion, but isn't there a concept where you make a surface sticky by making it rough with something? Yeah, I don't... I need to ask science people how this works, because I'm not sure how it works. But yeah, I think there's some shapes that lend themselves well to just being sticky in general. So if you can make that out of hard light, like, you could make stuff sticky. You could also have it only be sticky in one direction. I have read some articles about stuff that works like this. I'm gonna write it down as an option at higher tier. Only sticky in one direction. But yeah, for the difference between gadgets and prisms, what I had intended at least was that gadgets would be anything electronic, because you can make circuits out of them, and then prisms would be anything not electronic, so you can't make logic out of them. You can't program them or anything. At least that's kind of the original idea. Let's see if it survives now. Okay, but I think let's move forward with this. We have an idea, I think, of what we want these things to look like, and then we can figure out if that works by just coming up with a bunch of prisms and then figuring out their exact mechanics. Oh, I do need somewhere in there some rules about what kind of action it takes to actually use a prism or switch to a different prism. The amount of energy which must be spent. Okay, so activating a prism or using a prism. With the exception of the expanding sphere one. So that tells me I probably need some more moving shapes. What could be some cool moving shapes? Because just like with the fan, we can make some movement happen. I guess a spring or some kind of a spring-loaded thing. Spinning blade. Here's the thing though, why would people craft a spinning blade prism before the apocalypse? That could be a rare one, I think. One crafted after the flare. Spinning blades. A prism that acts as armor. I forgot I wanted to have those. Yeah, absolutely. So using a prism, a humanoid can take the use an object action Is it just use? Yep. To activate a prism. Should I have a restriction where you can only have one at a time? No, but I should probably say that it takes a free hand, because then you can't do... like, that's the intent of one-handed weapons, is that you can't use an object if you're using a two-handed weapon. Actually, that should be built in... Yeah, it's built into the use an object action. So I don't need to re-specify it here. When they do, they can choose to channel the energy. That's probably in this section that I should add the spiel about the energy cost. And spend an amount of energy the specified amount of energy to activate a prism. They can choose to use a projector, maybe hard light fencing. Oh, oh god! You mean like those robot competition almost? Like as a school project, some kid just makes an absolute abomination. They can choose to use a projector, and then I'm gonna need a link here, which means the second one doesn't need to be linked. Or to simply How do I say it's not necessary? What I do want to add in there somehow is the idea that if you're using a projector, you can't use that same projector on a different prism. Should I set it up so you need to take a first use an object action to place the prism inside the projector and then use the projector? That's costly, but at the same time, I think it's a cost that doesn't really reduce creativity. Should you choose when you use the prism or before? Let's go with when you use the prism just to keep it easier to run and simpler, at least for now, and then I'll see in playtests if it's a terrible idea. The construct lasts for the specified duration or until the same projector or the same prism is used to create a different construct. Some weird prisms could simply be part of more complex old prisms. So a spinning blade could be a wheel plus some blades plus some glue. It starts getting expensive real quick though. Like, oh, you could have a meta prism. Or I guess it could be the very high tier projector. Or I could make that a subclass. Or not a subclass, but like a perk tree is what they're called in this system. So basically like a sculptor, someone who makes statues. And then one of the perks you would get is when you use a prism, you get to use 2 prisms. That could be an idea. The construct lasts for the specified duration or until the same projector, or until it takes damage equal damage greater than or equal to its hit points. Which means I don't need any of this, I think. I just have it in a single paragraph. Okay, let's come up with some prisms, like the actual mechanics. So one of the ideas I had, you tell me if it's absolutely stupid and I shouldn't do it, is I kind of wanted the names of the prisms to sound kind of techy and sci-fi, so for the example, I went with wall.exe, which is kind of stupid because, again, it's not an NFT anymore. I feel like just calling it rectangle, like the cool factor isn't there, you know? I feel like it would feel so much better to a player to say, I am using wall.exe, than I'm using rectangle. This is very much based on absolutely just throwing stuff at the wall. But yeah, panel instead of rectangle is probably a better title, actually. Just a ball you can roll down. I don't have a sphere. I need a sphere. What's a file extension? Preferably one that I actually get to use and isn't like copyrighted. For 3D models. Google, come to my rescue, because it's been a while since I last touched those. 3D model file extension. OBJ, FBX, STL. What does STL mean, and can I use it inside of a publication? STL means stereolithography, I think. Oh, it's created by 3D systems, so I might not get to use that. Oh god, I hadn't looked into how STLs are put together, but it looks extremely unoptimized, like it's using plain text. Oh no, okay, you can make it in binary. What's the license on this? It's the Apache license. Which is use the software for any purpose, distribute, modified versions of the software under the terms of the license without consents for royalties. So I think it's fine if I call it wall.stl or panel.stl. I think I can use this. And just to me, like, having this little tidbit of high-tech nonsense, it just makes things, like, a bit cooler, you know? And I'm definitely going to have one of the prisms be called, like, sphere final, I swear, _ final .stl. HLC, highlight construct. I guess I could go with something sci-fi that doesn't exist. I'll just Google real quick. Is there something called a HLC file extension already that isn't that already exists? There's an HCL, which is HachiCorp. What is HashiCorp? Software company, San Francisco, which provides tools. I have learned nothing. HLC does not exist yet. What feels the coolest? Because people kind of know what STLs are, I think. Like, they're the file used by most 3D printers at this point, so I think people at least have an idea. Or do I go with something that doesn't exist? Make a number of different products that are really cool, like Vault or Secret Management. I don't know any of their stuff somehow. I think I'll go with STL just because it's a bit more familiar. Like people would, I think, would get what it is a bit easier. Okay, so let's go through them. Bridge, I said this would be panel.stl. Now here's the thing. What do I do for the tech level? Because this is intended to be one of the very common prisms, like probably the most common prism almost. Just because it's literally just a rectangle, anyone could make that. Oh, they make Vagrant, I have used that. And Terraform, I've also used that a bit. Okay. I think you invoke file names no matter what ending you use. I personally didn't know STL, but I'm no 3D printer guy. I've mostly seen it, like, to be honest, in Tabletop RPG Kickstarter campaigns. Like, as a reward, you could get the STLs of some monster miniatures. That's most of the when I've seen it. I've done a bit of 3D programming myself, but I've used the Obj extension, I think. Or no, I used the FBX, I think. To be honest, I just use whatever I was able to load into my 3D thing the easiest. I didn't really look into it that far. Lens to make them bigger or smaller. I think we already have that written down. Meta prisms, change another prism property. So I haven't written down this exact one, but magnifying. This just changes the size, okay? So panel.stl, description. Create a rectangle. Oh, and because I haven't, like, this is a very early version, later I'm going to have, like, actual properties for the items. You would have the duration and the cost within the metadata here, but just for this stream I'm gonna have to put it in the description of the item instead, just to make it a bit simpler. So cost, probably not a lot. Where's my resource map? And it's this one that I'm gonna need to copy paste a bunch of times. Probably not a lot, like, let's go with 5. Duration 1 minute. Hit points. So if you're spending resources, my reasoning is that you probably want it to be a better source of cover than the cover you would get just out of the environment. And out of the environment, you would usually get anywhere from 5 to 10 hit points worth of cover. So I think I'm gonna give this 20 hit points. Just to make it a bit attractive to a player, basically. Cost would be the lowest amount depending on size. What would be the extra effects of using a high tier projector on a very simple rectangle shape? Actually, let's make it bold. Effect. You create a rectangle within probably not more than 5 meters of you. In any orientation. The rectangle can be up to, let's say, 2 meters by 1 meter. And for the thickness, let's say, we don't need to specify a thickness if it's just a rectangle. More hit points. Why would you want more hit points for this? Oh, okay. You mean as the effects of using a better projector? Yeah, absolutely. That could be just more hit points. Maybe something like a conveyor belt. That could be another one that is not on the list yet. Recipe for this thing. Oh no, first I need to specify the extra effects. Additional effects is probably not going to be named like this in the final version, but for now, that's what I'm going with. If you use a projector, if using a projector, this construct gains additional hit points equal to 5 times the projector deck level. So you could get up to 45 hit points, which is like it's a lot. Improved effects. I guess that's better. There's a sudden downpour. Do you guys hear it in my mic, or do I need to close my window? Make it movable. So it's already movable. If it's movable, would some GMs basically rule that it just falls over and then you can't use it as cover? Because that would kind of suck. You could change the size instead of the hit points. Ooh. That could be another effect. So choose one. And then you would have it in a list. This construct size increases at maximum size. To by a number of meters equal to the projector's tech level in I should specify that it's width and height, but not thickness. So you could have basically a huge bridge. At tech level 5, it would be 7 meters by 5 meters. That's pretty huge. It's like a wall of a house, basically. You could give it camouflage. That is a thing I figured they might have. I don't know if it's going to be on the rectangle or the panel. Where is it? World hard light. I did say... Oh god, I have some hydration errors, I think. Oh, that's a bit bigger than a hydration error. What did I break? Oh no. Oh, I know what I broke. I broke the starting kits. Because one of the starting kits had this in it. So if I do this... What do you mean you can't find this? I haven't changed this guy's name. I broke everything, no! What about if I... Oh no, I broke everything. Oh, I'm gonna need to fix that off stream. What was I looking for? I was looking for the hard light article. Because one of the things I had figured out was that maybe you could have some NPCs basically brand their hard light construct, like they would use colors and shapes, and basically like when they create a hard light shape, you would be able to recognize, okay, they're a member of this faction. They're a bit like a medieval shield, exactly, like a coat of arms, except made out of hard light. That just seemed super cool to me. Make a ton of very small rectangles to make a mesh, like a fabric. Maybe the metaprism can be used to alter the color and the visual aesthetic properties of the construct. I guess that could be a metaprism. That is true. That way I don't need to redefine panel underscore aegis and then panel underscore union for every single faction. Because that would get pretty annoying real quick. Change the color and the motifs on the construct to factions coat of arms / branding. I broke everything. No. Oh, this isn't broken for some reason. If I click here, it's gonna break. Yep. Oh no. What if I refresh this? Oh no. did I have another one? Oh, there's no generator here. What about camouflage, depending on the environment? Something like active camo. I already have a couple camo items in here. I think it's in armor. I already have like camo suits. Would I... Like, what could a prism do that would be different is the question I kind of need to answer. I guess they could make like a projection, almost like an illusion in D&D, where when you're looking at it from one side, you can see through it, and then when you're looking at it from the other side, you would see nothing behind it. Like it would deflect the light. Because you can't do that based just on shape. Here's the thing though, hard light is not very sneaky because it is light. Like it emits a glow. So I don't think hard light would be a stealth thing. It wouldn't be very good at hiding stuff, I think. I mean, you could change the color to something outside of the human vision, I guess, if you really wanted to. Okay, let's think about the recipe, just so we have one finalized prism. So I'm thinking prisms would be very small. So probably just scrap one. But then the entire idea of prisms is you can't craft them anymore. So that means they're at least tech level 4. The idea of tech level being... Do I have an article for this? Yeah, tech level 1, anyone can craft it. Tech level 2, you need a perk to craft it. Like, it requires some kind of expertise. Tech level 3, you need a second perk, so you need to be even more specialized. Tech level 4, it has become impossible to craft this item since the flare. I think I like this turn of phrase better. Because like the supply chains you would need have broken down, the factories are not working anymore, etc. So you might get lucky, you might find a machine that still works, and then you would gain the ability to craft this item. But if you don't, you're never going to be able to craft this item. You're just going to need to find it in the wasteland. And then tech level 5, it shouldn't be possible to craft this item. So that's going to be for those prisms that people have created after the flare, and those are going to be extra rare. What about make it permeable from one side so you could shoot through it or see through it? How would you make it work, like in terms of shape? Let me whip out the paint. Would it be like you have a wall, and then inside the wall there's a window, and then you have like a hinge in here, and then like a panel, so you can shoot through it and it blows the panel, but then if you shoot the other way it kind of acts like a valve? You could do it like that, I guess, like a... What's it called? A murder hole in the medieval castles? That would need to be like one of those prisms that are created after the flare, though. So murder hole. Okay, so if this prism is only 1 scrap and it's tech level 4, that means you could buy this prism for just 4 chips, which is not a lot of money. Let's make it 2 scrap, just to bump the price a bit. Make it still valuable, you know, because it's still like a spell at the end of the day. Okay, so that's the panel. Then we had another one, which was the catapult. .stl. Just gonna copy this. Okay, so cost. So this one is probably a bit bigger and more complex. So I'm thinking 10. Or because this one lasts for 1 minute, maybe this one only lasts for 1 round. And then hit points, it probably doesn't need to be huge because the sturdiness of it isn't the point, I think. The effect of this guy would be you create so it's not the catapult which is activated by weight, is the trebuchet. So you create a small 3 meters trebuchet in a 3 by 3 by 3 meters cube. When it is created, the trebuchet instantly activates. Within 1 meter of you. When it is created, the trebuchet instantly activates. You can place 1 item you're holding in its what's it called? What's the thing that holds the projectile of a trebuchet? It's called a pouch. Very original. I don't know why I wanted it to be more complex than that. Yeah, pouch, I guess. The object is flung up to... Oops, sorry. It would need to fling it like really far. For example, it needs to be physically possible with normal objects for the murder hole. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that works. That works for me. That's a shape you could make, and especially if you make like this part could be transparent, or even this part too. Like the entire thing, you could make it transparent. It's going to be not very fun to balance this in terms of gameplay though. Because like on a battle map, the players have the ability to create a wall that they can shoot through and enemies can't, and there's no counterplay, that's going to make problems. And we're gonna need to figure that out. So yeah, like the fiction of it, I'm totally sold on. I'm just gonna need to figure out how to make it happen mechanically. So for the trebuchet, when it is created, the trebuchet instantly activates. You can place one item you're holding. You did mention maybe we would want a creature to hop into it. How bad of an idea is this? Like, could you place a creature you're grappling? Ugh. Let's say it flings it up to 50 meters. In the direction of your choice. Like, as a player, there would be a lot of ways to use this already. Maybe the improvement allows you to fling a creature. Oh. So if using a projector of tech 2 or above, you can fling yourself or a creature you're grappling up to, let's make it a bit less, because flinging, it can get crazy. 20 meters. What was the rule I had for falling damage? If a creature falls for more than 2 meters, it takes falling damage equal to twice the height of the fall in meters. That would be 40 damage. That would be enough to one-shot basically any enemy. Up to 5 times the deck level. I could just add a rule in there that overrides the fall damage, I guess. Where's my damage types? And did I call it impact or did I call it bludgeoning? I can't ever remember because I've been hopping between different things. Bludgeoning. Actually, I have a damage types article. Yeah, I called it bludgeoning. You could also just specify that the distance is horizontal, not vertical. Oh yeah, because I forgot, but yeah, people would throw upwards. Ugh. I've seen, I think it was the last video from a dungeon coach was about falling damage in DC 20. I don't remember how it does it. I think the idea was he you take an amount of damage equal to the, like when you get pushed into a wall, equal to the distance you couldn't be pushed, like the remaining distance after you hit the wall, which is really cool. Because yeah, like it kind of makes sense. If a thing can throw you 20 meters and it throws you into a wall that's 5 meters away, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt real bad. I'm just gonna hard code the damage on this. I think I'm not gonna rely on the rules for falling at all. Recipe. So this, because it's not a simple shape, I'm gonna make it take 5. And I'm gonna bump the price, the crafting recipe to like 5. That kind of makes sense to me. Since I'm using file names for these prism slash spells, should I make it all lowercase? Just to go all in on the joke? I can't preview what it looks like because I broke it. Okay, I really want to fix this, so I'm just gonna take a level break, so just for 5 minutes. See if I can fix that off screen real quick. Maybe drink a bit, take some air, etc. And just yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hello, welcome back. I have fixed my website using the technique of the ancients. I turned it off and on again, and then it worked, and I don't know why. I swear, this job will drive me mad one day. I'm gonna blame React for this. Okay, we were making prisms, we were making spells, except sci-fi. Let's continue doing that. Now that I actually have a website so I can show what it looks like. Thank you for subscribing, Ross. I don't know if you're actually watching, because here's the thing about the YouTube chat. It tells me when people subscribe, but it doesn't tell me if they're on the stream right now, so say hi if you are here. Otherwise, you're probably just watching one of my videos or... There we go. Okay, so... Prisms. I kind of want to make it super obvious that this is a file name somehow. Like, I could go all lead speak on this. This would be so bad, but I could. Like, if there's any tabletop RPG that can justify going full cringe on this, it's this one. You know? I would be a fool not to take advantage, in a sense. I don't know. I'll figure out the exact branding I want for these later. But now let's just come up with a bunch of different cool little abilities that players could use. I'm gonna push this one at the bottom because this is a rare kind of prism. And I'm gonna write a to-do because I want to make it obvious that these are rare. And right now I don't think I'm doing a good job of it. Like, they're just in a big list together. I don't think I want them to be in a big list together. I think I'm gonna need some subsections in this. Like common ones and then uncommon ones. Use a different rarity system than the tech level, because all of these are going to have ridiculously high tech levels. So to do, put these in a different subsection. Explain that rarity is different for prisms. Maybe different complexities require different file extensions. Yes, absolutely. STL2. This is the way. I love this. At a completely unreasonable amount. Okay, so we had the paddle, we had the catapult. Do we want the chest? Because these are very ephemeral constructs, and the chest is kind of used to put stuff in for a long time, so I don't know. Yeah, we'll keep the chest for later if I have any fancy ideas. Chain or rope? Here's the thing, that like players could already have a chain or a rope. Like, that's already an item in the game, I think. Oh god, it's going to quote every single article that has a weapon property in it. Yeah, rope, already an item in the game. So what could a rope made of hard light do differently than this? Because this is an item with a 4 words description that can already be used in 100 different ways. And I'm a big fan of things like that don't require a whole lot of rules to achieve a whole lot of gameplay. So what can we do with a hard light based rope instead? What would be the special property? Yeah, we're gonna keep that one for later, see if I have any genius idea later. But for now, what's the next one on the list? Cage or prison? Cage is definitely one that players would have a lot of uses for. So let's go with cage or fence. Like the idea being, it's kind of a panel, except you can see through it and then you can shoot through it. It just blocks movement, is the idea. Like if I make it a fence, I feel it would have more uses. Can't really think of anything beyond the ability to produce it out of thin air. Yeah, for a rope, yeah. Now let's make it a cage, because these things have hit points, so at the very least we know that it's not going to have the same issue that Force Wall has in D&D, where there's just no counterplay whatsoever, and then it just breaks every campaign in which it's used. So you create a cube made of what do you call it, like a fence or like a wall but with bars. In order to make that not OP, you could just give it fairly low hit points. So it's basically just a small buffer to soak up some damage. Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing, because like, I gave the wall a lot of hit points because it's a very simple shape. The more complex the shape, the less hard light you get to push at every part of it. Like, and a cage is going to be a lot of volume, you know, like compared to a simple rectangle. So I figured this thing is going to have some hit points, but it's not going to be incredibly difficult to burst through it. Like probably just 10 hit points, maybe even 5. If you don't have any projector that you're using on this. Or I guess I could do it the other way. I could say this has 1 hit point, but then whenever it takes damage, you spend energy equal to the damage, or it's broken. I could have it like that. You create a cube made of bars within 5 meters of yourself. We don't need the in any orientation anymore. Up to 2 meters. Up to 2 by 2 by 2 meters. Made of bars within 5 meters of yourself. Plus small or larger creatures cannot move through the bars, but it is still possible to see and attack through them. Lets you essentially convert your energy into temp HP, yeah. that's kind of the idea of this entire system in a sense. It's you spend energy instead of spell slots because it's a sci-fi setting based on scarcity, so resources, you don't want to spend them. Every time the cage takes damage, you can choose to spend a number, a quantity, that's better, of energy equal to the damage taken to negate the damage, I guess. To ignore the damage. Although maybe that would be an ability better reserved for the armor or shield than the cage. I'll just create an armor thing real quick. Let's make it extra sci-fi by calling it exo_armor. And then just as a comment, spend energy to ignore damage, question mark? Because you already have a lot of ways to create cover, and you already have armor as an item you can just wear. So in a sense, it makes sense for this hard light armor to work differently than those two sources of armor. I think I'm gonna do that, yeah. But this is just going to work the same as the panel. It's just gonna have a bunch of hit points and then more hit points as you use higher tech. Yeah, let's do that. So 10 energy for 10 hit points. Then we just get rid of that entirely. An improved effect if using a projector. This construct gains additional hit points equal to 5 times the projector's tech level. Oh, I did say I wanted also, when you're using a projector, that should make you spend extra energy. So let's make that a part of the projector itself, I think. Because I don't want to specify for every single prism, if you're using a tech 1, it costs an extra 5. If you're using a tech 2, it costs an extra 10. That's gonna get repetitive in a way that probably doesn't need to be. Where's my generators? This projector can be used to enhance the effect of a prism. Using a prism with this generator. Costs increases the cost requires spending an extra. That's better than a phrase. And then let's make that 5. Five energy for tech 1. And then some more energy for the higher tech. Five, 10. We're gonna use the multiply by 2 kind of scheme. And I'm gonna see in playtests if this is a terrible idea. I feel like the cage should have an amount of hit points such that if you care about the movement, you can sacrifice your turn to just attack it and get rid of it. Or you can attack through it instead. So I haven't figured out the math for how much damage a monster, an enemy should do exactly yet. But at least at level 1, most enemies are going to deal around 5 to 10 damage per attack, and they're going to be able to attack twice per turn, up to 3 times per turn. So I think 10 hit points, a base of 10 hit points is already hitting that. At least that was the intent behind the 10 hit points. It was to basically, if you want to move, you're gonna want to destroy this cage. I guess if you... the more damage you deal, the less you're going to want to destroy it in a sense. Nah, I can't make that kind of statement. It's just too situational and based on the... and based on the situation and the tactics. I think the stream broke for a second here. Streaming on a Sunday is dangerous. There's just too many people using the bandwidth. I'm gonna make a note of that for next time. I kind of try to rush, not rush, but like finish the next videos project as fast as I could yesterday. I haven't quite gotten there yet. There's like 3 hours of work left. I'm so close to finishing this thing. I'm so happy with it. Because if it takes multiple turns... oh, it's definitely not going to take multiple turns with 10 hit points. It might if you use like a tech 5 projector, because then it's 5 by 5, 25. It's 35 hit points. But those things are expensive. Like by the time you get that tech 5 projector, even the tech 4 is already super expensive. So I think that's an end game kind of item. It's kind of the equivalent of like a 5th level spell in D&D, sort of. And even then, it's only 35 hit points, so by the time you get to there, like, let's take a look at the monster we did last time, which is not finished. I need to finish this guy, but we had a big robot. And this guy... it dealt, let's say with its stun baton, it would attack 3 times with that. So that's about 7-8 damage per attack. Oh yeah, it would take more than a round for this thing to burst through. Oh, that's nasty. Unless you roll a 22, I guess. In this case, you can probably burst through it in a single turn. I forgot I was blessed by the dice, and that the dice did generally do whatever they can to make sure I TPK my players. There's only 1 in 4 chances of me critting, and just on this screen alone, I have crit 3 times in 3 d4 rolls. I have a problem. Where's my items? Give me my items. It's just this thing. Okay. We'll see. This is balancing, and for those who are tuning in for the first time, my stance on balancing is generally I keep that as the last step of design. I generally try to come up with fun ideas first, because fun ideas, you can balance them later, but unfun ideas, no amount of balance is going to make them fun. So that's kind of my approach in this very early stage of the project, at least. Later on, like in a couple of months, maybe a handful of months, when we move to the polish phase for this project, like, yeah, I'm gonna talk about balance a bit, but for now it's kind of a secondary concern. We're gonna figure it out as we go. As long as I don't have a price tag on this thing, I'm not too worried about it being unbalanced, because you get what you pay for. So cage. I think the cage is fine. Do I want it to make a? Do I want to make it a bit more expensive than the panel? Nah, it's just a basic shape. The fan. If I have a cool idea for the fan, I'll do it later, but I don't really have a cool idea for now. I mean, I do have a cool idea for a wind-based power. It's just I don't think a fan would be powerful enough to do that kind of nonsense. Let me see if I can find it. I had a thing on GM Binder, I think. I tried to make a class for D&D, and I had a couple D&D designers look at it and criticize it. The shaper, there it was. Oh, there we go. There it is. And I had a wind power on this thing. Is it this one? No, that's the lair actions. It's probably this one. Okay, so the idea for this class was it was kind of a elemental manipulation kind of class. So you had air, fire, water, etc. And one of the ideas I had for the air element. Hello, I have to work at the moment today, so I'll be a lurker in the stream. Keep up the grind. Welcome, Chase. I hope you have a good time in the background. So for this class, the idea I had was basically you would create these effects that would last for 1 minute, and you would create an area of 5x5 wind in any direction you like, even up, down, whatever. And the intent for this was that basically, like, when a creature would step in it, it would get pushed in that direction, unless it succeeded on a save if it wanted to resist. The idea for that was you could use this one simple effect that fit in a single paragraph to do like 15 different things, right? You could use it to push an enemy up in the air and then they would take fall damage, or you could use it to slow down enemies that were trying to get into melee range with you, or you could use it to move an ally out of melee range of an enemy. Oh, my door is acting up. And in my mind, it was really cool because it was only like a couple lines of mechanics, but endless possibilities. Here's the thing though, the feedback I got on this thing was that the people wanted more air effects. They wanted more spells. So having this one super versatile power, it felt like it was only one power, even though there were like 15 different uses. They would have rather gotten like push enemy or push projectile or create bridge of wind, you know, like they would rather have those 15 different uses be 15 different effects, is the feedback I got. Which was a heavy blow. Like, it didn't feel good to read. Like, you get feedback, you act on it. But yeah, I only had this one idea, and I think part of the reason it didn't work was that it was in D&D, is the thing. Because in D&D, yeah, you would expect those 15 different uses to be 15 different spells. But I think for a different system that sets the expectation from the start that, yeah, it's all about problem solving. That's literally one of the 5 design pillars. Like, it's literally the first one. I think it might be okay to have these kind of super versatile effects. So do I want it to be a fan though? Or can I justify it as a wind tunnel of sorts? Let's try to justify it as a wind tunnel. And I might get the exact same feedback, which is people are going to want 15 different prisms for the wind. But we'll see. That's what playtests are for. Oh, I actually need to finish the armor. I'll do that one after this. This one I probably want to be pretty expensive, or at least maybe it's energy per turn. What would be the hit points of actual wind though? I like the idea that it's only 1 hit point, so if it gets any disturbance whatsoever, it just dissipates. Let's go with that for now at least. Okay, so you use hard light to generate wind in a 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube within 5 meters of you. Wind in the direction of your choice. In a 1 by 1 by 1 meter cube within 5 meters of you. Okay. Until... Nah. What's the time condition I want on this? Whenever a creature once per turn if a creature is within the area, it is pushed 1 meter away in the direction of the wind, including up. This should be in the choice of the direction, including upwards. Once per turn, if a creature is within the area, it is pushed 1 meter away in the direction of the wind. Then, if it wants to resist, it can make an easy DC 8 vigor check to resist the effect, if it wants to. Then, if you're using a projector, I guess the DC or the distance you get pushed could increase. I kind of need to describe how you're creating the wind, I think. Because I don't want it to be a fan. I think a fan is a bit too unwieldy for this. How could you generate... I'm gonna need to ask my physics guy for this. What's a shape that you can just create and it generates wind? This is going to be a list. If using a deck 1 or above projector, the DC of the bigger check made to resist this effect increases to 10. And then if using a tech 3 or above projector, the distance pushed increases to 3 meters. We'll see. I'm gonna sneak that one into a loot table for my players and see how they react to it. If they use it at all, or if it's something that... This is a rectangle, this is a cube made of bars, so this is fine. But the armor and the wind tunnel are a bit weirder. Let's do the armor first. Okay, so you create a suit of armor around yourself. Suit of hard light armor around yourself. Every time you take damage, you can choose to spend a quantity of energy equal to the damage taken to ignore the damage. So that would be on top of the armor you would be wearing. So if you have a base armor of 10, you would then be... That has the potential to absolutely destroy a campaign. Like, if the GM isn't careful with the kind of loot they give to their players, and suddenly their players have like 3,000 chips, they can tank 3,000 points of damage. Hmm. Should it just increase your armor for what, like 1 round? Is my music broken? No, it's just really low. Okay. We'll see. Maybe I need to make it like 2 energy per damage taken, but we'll see with the playtests for this one. If using a projector, I think the projector for the armor would just increase the base hit points of the thing. So every time you take damage, the armor acts as cover and takes damage for you first. Additionally, you can choose blah blah blah. Okay, that's better like this. That way the hit points of the armor actually matters. So here's the thing. If I'm using a tier 4 projector on this, I'm already gonna have to spend an extra 40 energy. So that means the level 4 projector needs to give more than 40 energy. 40 extra armor, which is a lot. Because otherwise there's just no point in ever using a projector if you could just spend the energy as usual instead of using it this way. Hey, I've been following your content for a while and I wanted to say thank you for everything you've done for the community. Your battle sim is my #1 most used tool. You know what? I love hearing stuff like this because I, on purpose, did not put any analytics tool on battle sim. I didn't want to, like, be disappointed if nobody ended up using it. But every once in a while, I get a comment like this that tells me people are actually using this thing, and it warms my heart so much. So thank you for using my stuff. Let me know if you have any issues with it so I can solve it. But yeah, if you've just joined the stream, what we're doing today is, besides just staring at a page of code, we're working on Flare Fall, and we're working on the prisms, which are kind of like the spells for this system. They're basically an object you use to shape a beam of hard light into whatever shape you want, and then that creates like a hologram that you can actually touch. So depending on the shape you're using, you can create different effects. Like you could have an exo armor around you and stuff. I think I'm just not gonna use a projector on this. At least not for now. Maybe later, if I can figure out cool effects for the armor to have. Oh, I know. Because a projector is a thing you hold in your hand, right? So if you're building an exo armor of hardlight, instead of the projector increasing the armor of your hardlight armor, like, what if it increased like your melee damage, made you like a siege weapon, a walking tank that could just blast through walls and stuff? So if you are using a projector, the damage of your melee attacks is increased by the projector's tech level. That's a thing I can be okay with, because I don't think I would be okay with giving you like 80 extra armor. That would get ridiculous. But this is fine, I think. It's just a nice little numerical boost for spending some extra resources. Should it be your melee attack? No, it should be your unarmed attacks. And then I'm gonna add a little tooltip so people have a nice link to the thing. I just need to actually catch the ID of that rule that I'm mentioning. It's in weapons. It should be the first one. There we go. Nope, that's the property. Brass knuckles. Oops, I don't need that first bit. There we go. Okay, I'm a lot more okay with this version of the armor. Let's move to the next one. So we have the fan, we have the armor, something that makes some noise, like a bell. What could this do? Because here's the thing, and Michael alluded to that earlier on the chat, which was there's a bit of overlap in the what you would use a gadget for and what you would use a prism for. And we already have a gadget whose entire ability is to create noise. So if I'm going to have a prism that creates noise, it's going to need to do that in a way that's different and brings something new to the table. Something that a loudspeaker that you can program cannot do. So if it's just a loud noise, you can already do that. If it's projecting a voice, you can already do that. Playing a song, you can already do that. I guess that you could make it a song that's so loud it just like bursts people's eardrums, like a thunderclap kind of thing. But then if I do that, like the prism would only have combat uses, which at least in my eyes makes it a lot less interesting. So I'm gonna hold on to the bell for now, see if I come up with something cool later. Oh, I deleted it from the to-do list. I didn't? I didn't. Okay, cool. A fairy. So there's a particular chatter who will hate me if I don't add a fairy to this system for some reason. The question is, what do I do with this? Because most of you probably have played D&D if you're watching this. You know that summon spells generally don't go very well. So what would the summon spell look like for this system? I don't know that I have a good answer for this. Could be used for demolition too. The bell could be used for demolition. Ooh. I don't have good rules for how to do demolition yet. Do I have a rule for like how to break down a wall? I guess I have this. One of the frames for the gadget is a wall. That's about it though. Yeah, let's hold on to the bell for now. Oh, the glue is one that I was hyped for, absolutely. Okay, name. Is this one. Like, it's the opposite. When it comes to not having just combat uses, a glue is ideal. Glue.stl. I'm gonna copy paste this bit. Gonna make the base cost a bit more. Duration 1 minute. Hit points. Do I want the glue to be very sturdy? Probably not. Probably like 5 hit points. So effect. Just glue an enemy's feet to the ground, yeah. You create a sticky substance between two objects or creature. Is it clear if I say two objects or creatures that you can have one be an object and one be a creature, or does it give the sense that it has to be two objects or two creatures? That's always a bit of a weird thing with the English language. Which are within 1 meter of one another. And are within 5 meters of you. Except for the trebuchet, I've given every single construct a range of 5 meters, which tells me that should probably be a rule instead of something I make on a per prism basis. Also because that answers the question of what happens if you move behind a wall and you can't see your own construct anymore. So the construct lasts for the specified duration or until, and then I'm going to list a bunch of different ending conditions. So 1, the same projector or the same prism is used for a different construct. 2. The construct takes an amount of damage greater than or equal to its hit points. 3. You can't see the construct anymore. 4. You move more than 5 meters away from the construct. You can say between 2 targets. Each target can be either a creature or an object. There has to be a way to say it in less words, right? That's good enough. There are 2 targets, which can be objects or creatures. Do we have a third thing for like the terrain itself? Or the ground? And must be between 1 meter of another. And within 5 meters of you. I think the way you have it is fine, just if you want to be more explicit. We'll keep it that way for now. We'll see, because here, like, you've all been here for when I was explaining what this did. But if we get some reactions from people who weren't there and then they don't have the concept, they have to infer the concept from just the text, that's gonna give me some more actionable information, I think. I think oh no, I've already read that, sorry. Okay, so the construct how do you say, like, not glues, not sticks, I guess prevents the 2 targets from moving away from one another. Should I make it like, if one of the targets is a creature, that creature is restrained? Because that's a condition I can use. I have it in there somewhere. Conditions. Restrained is you cannot move, and attacks, you have disadvantage on attacks, and attacks have advantage against you. Because this is already a thing the cage can do, in a sense. So if I give it a... like, I kind of want to give it a different use. Because right now the cage and the glue, at least in combat, you would use them for the same thing, and out of combat, you probably wouldn't ever use the cage. Which tells me one of these probably needs to go. And it's probably the cage that needs to go, because this is just a more interesting version of it. Yeah, I'll comment out the cage. That way, if I want it back, or if I have a fancy idea later, I can just uncomment it. I'll add an extra condition to the restraint condition though, because if you stick a creature to like the gun it is holding, it's going to have a very different effect, I think, from sticking a creature to the ground. So if one of the targets is a creature and the other target is at least the same size as it or bigger, the creature is restrained. Maybe glue doesn't fully restrict your movement, just make a lot slower. I can't really think of a way to make that happen that wouldn't be super wordy and hard to like adjudicate at the table. For the recipe, I'm just gonna copy this recipe over here. It's fine, it's a good recipe. Okay, I think for the glue it's fine. Let's try expanding sphere or shockwave. This needs a cooler name than expanding sphere. Let's go with shockwave.stl. Duration. Probably just 1 round. Not a lot of hit points either. Okay. What is the effect on this? Because if the effect is pushing creatures around, I already have the wind tunnel that does that. And it does that kind of in a really cool way. So what could a... Then we had a wheel. What could be the use of a wheel? Like mechanically. Because it's not that you would put the wheel on top of like a wagon, because you would just use a regular wheel. You wouldn't go out of your way to use hardlight for this. I do have a vehicle-based use for hardlight in the lore, which is those holo trains. Basically, the idea is inside of cities they would use the actual physical rails, which would be maglev rails, like magnetic powered, so they would be really fast. And then outside of cities, they would use hardlight to create their own rails, so they could go like off-road completely, and they would be completely fine because they can just create their own terrain. But I think for these guys, I wouldn't make it a prism as in an object players would be encouraged to use during combat. I would make it like a function of the vehicle itself, just to keep things simpler. So I don't have a good use for a wheel right now. A sphere. Oh, I guess instead of a sphere, I could make it like a bearings. Make it like a create a slippery surface. I mean, you could just use actual gel for this, but or ice. Could you use hard light to change the temperature of a thing? Well, that's a thing I need to ask my physics friends. Could you use hard light to create heat or frost? Because if you can do that, that increases the amount of things you could do with hard light quite a bit, especially with frost, because you could create like slippery surfaces, you could create weather effects. You could make a whole bunch of interesting stuff with that. Okay, so that's for the off-stream stuff. Let's do an on-stream stuff, which is the meta prisms, which will be prisms that have an effect on other prisms. And then, okay, so these will probably be presented as a different subcategory later, but for now, it's going to be in the same bucket as everything else. So we had a couple ideas. Let's explore these. Lens.stl. I guess this doesn't even need to be just a pure meta prism. You could also use a lens to do some stuff with the sun. This is probably going to be pretty small and fragile. So effect. The AI absolutely went crazy on this one. You can create a lens of light around you, which can be placed anywhere on the map. The lens can be placed anywhere on the map, and can be placed anywhere on the map, and can be placed anywhere on the map. Effect. You create a lens. Within 5 meters of yourself. A 1 meter diameter lens within 5 meters of yourself. But where on the map can it be placed? Who knows? I've erased it. At this point, nobody can know. Okay, so the lens. So this is probably going to take a couple paragraphs. This is a bit more complex than usual. If the lens is between a creature and a hard light construct. I guess it doesn't need to be a creature because you could put a hard light projector on a gadget. So a hard light projector and a construct. This projector is generating the size of the construct is doubled in all directions. So that's if you use the lens on another hard light construct. Let's make a list. I'm gonna need to check how it actually looks in the layout. If the lens is placed between a creature and the sun, or an object and the sun, then it creates some fire damage. I don't know how to say that in a way that isn't like super weird and way too specific. If the lens is placed, yeah, let's go with that. Between the sun. You could also use lenses to flip constructs. Huh. Do I need to make it like a choose one? Choose one. The size is doubled. The size is halved. The size doesn't change, but it's flipped. Because yeah, my physics friends are definitely going to go like, okay, so if this is the beam of light, and then this is the lens, then the beam of light is refracted at that angle, so it doesn't change the size, it changes the position. If it's concave convex lens, it will increase or decrease the size. Yeah, it also like depends on the focal point, I think I remember from my very short stint of physics. How does it work again? It's like whoop, whoop, goes like this, and then this one goes like this. But then if they were supposed to meet, like if they were supposed to meet here, and this one meets sooner. Light is weird. Why did I decide to make a physics-based game? Oh god. Let's keep it simple. And then if my physics friends complain about it, I'll add a you can move the construct thing. If the lens is placed between the sun and a creature or an object, that creature the creature or object takes 1d6 damage at the end of each of your turns. And I'm just gonna copy the recipe. How does it look in the layout? Oh. I broke everything. What did I break? Oh, semicolon instead of colon. Instead of comma. There you go. Where is it? Lens. Of course I broke it. Of course I forgot to add a return to the next line. It's fine. And then... Oh, I forgot for the glue as well. I forgot for these to add some improved effects if you're using a projector. So for the lens, what could be the improved effect? I guess the lens could also be used to increase the range. Like you could project a construct further away from yourself. Let's start with the glue, because the glue is very easy. It just needs more hit points. So improved effect. If using a projector, this construct gains... How did I word it for the panel? Because it's going to be the exact same wording. Gains additional hit points equal to 5 times the projector's tech level. Okay, so that's for the glue. Very easy, super simple. What for the lens, though? I guess I can make a different meta prism, the one that changes the size. Or the size change could be like a tier 3 projector thing, but the main thing would be you get to move the construct and put it further away from you. Let's go with that. So if you're using a tech 3 or above projector, you can double the size of the construct in all dimensions. But the base effect would be if the lens is between a hard light projector and a hard light construct this projector is generating, you can move the construct up to 5 meters in any direction. the construct, the generator needs to stay within 5 meters of the length rather than 5 meters of the construct. It's weird because the lens is also a construct, so the wording isn't great on this one. You can move the construct up to 5 meters in any direction. The generator needs to stay within 5 meters of the lens rather than 5 meters of the construct. And if you're using a tier 1 or above projector, you can move the construct up to 5 on extra 5 meters. What was another meta prism? We had the magnifying glass, the mirror, stand between someone and their construct to change the construct's position. So that's kind of the one we did. The faction one was an interesting one. It's not super useful, but it's super flavorful, and that's important too. How do we call it? Something to do with color or branding. Let's go with branding for now. It's probably going to have a different name later. So this one is going to be very simple. You can use this prism as part of the same action. I guess the start of the sentence needs to be when you use another prism, you can use this prism as part of the same action. The cost is probably not going to be huge. How important is branding? Yeah, 5. 5 is fine. Hit points. It's going to be N/A. And duration is going to be N/A. When you use another prism, you can use this prism as part of the same action. The construct generated by the other prism changes color and whoops. To match the colors of a faction. Why is this broken? Oh, because this thing was a single quote, but we're good now. The color this prism applies to other prisms constructs is chosen, are chosen when this prism is created. I'm not a huge fan of how I worded this, but I think the intent kind of should work. Now I'll add an extra sentence. This needs an extra sentence. So, when this prism is crafted, choose a color. When you use another prism, you can use this prism as part of the same action. The construct generated by the other prism changes color to match the colors chosen when this prism was crafted. I think that's a bit clearer like this. Okay. So this is done. Oh yeah, well, the murder hole was an advanced or rare kind of a prism. I have a trebuchet and then I have a murder hole. Like, these were clearly created by the same person, and this person was a D&D nerd. Let's be clear, like, this person plays D&D within the fiction of this game. You create a wall which is up to 2 meters tall and 5 meters wide. The wall has small windows which or small holes This one needs to be super expensive, it's so big. The wall has small holes. A creature within 1 meter of a hole can see and attack on the creatures on the other side of the wall. That's too much of a swing. Maybe they would just get cover. It's not great. This is not very good. How do I finagle this thing? How do I make it good? and usable, something that won't break a campaign instantly the moment players get their filthy hands on it. Because the moment you have something that's as powerful as this, like, you're gonna use it every single combat. Let's call it bunker. Let's rephrase it a bit. Instead of a wall, it's going to be a structure. It's gonna have a door. You can enter it. You create a small bunker in a 2x2x2 meters cube. The bunker has one opening on the side of your choice. And then creatures within the bunker have cover from creatures outside of it. Maybe it allows you to shoot through it clearly one direction and halves damage that comes through it in the other direction. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing with the cover. I need to improve the rules for cover a bit because they're not exactly where I want them to be. But cover basically acts as extra armor right now. And I guess the extra armor would be the hit points of the construct here, which is something I would need to actually write out and not just assume people would get, now that I think about it. Hmm. Yes, I could run it a different way. I could make it so it gives a flat amount of cover. So your armor is just increased by 5, let's say. And then you could attack the bunker itself rather than the creatures inside of it, to just instantly get rid of everyone's cover within it. That probably is more interesting tactically. Like that actually gives people a choice that they need to make. I do need, if I'm using cover, to actually link to the rules of cover. Otherwise, people are gonna get confused. But even then, it doesn't really fix the fact that these are just... I love how you have your workspace for Flare Fall in the directory called D&D projects. Ouch. Listen, I created that folder 3 years ago, I think. At the time, it was accurate. Now, not so much. And with a stronger projector, this thing just gets more hit points, I think. That's pretty clear. Where is my glue? Because it's going to be the same effect. So this thing can get up to 45 hit points. Actually, let's make it scale even better with projectors. Like this thing can get up to 70 hit points. But the amount of armor you get from it doesn't change. I don't think the numbers are going to stay exactly those values. We'll see. Let's make it a base of 10 hit points. That's a bit less ridiculous. It's really hard to balance the system since I don't have... Like, I've only ran like 5 playtests of it, I think, in total. It's not enough. I need more data. I need spreadsheets full of damage rolls and stuff. Yeah, bunker works a bit better for me than the murder hole, at least. Small, spherical. It's not empty. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, 70 hit points while not dealing any damage to the creatures inside is nasty. I mean, you could use some area of effect stuff to at least damage everyone inside and the bunker itself. Like throw a grenade through the slit window kind of thing. So at least that's an option. Hello, thank you. I swear I can speak English sometimes. The bunker has one opening on the side of your choice. Creatures within the bunker have 5 cover from creatures outside of it. Yeah, I'm okay with this. I think this won't break a campaign immediately, at least. We'll see how wrong I am later. We had a suggestion for a conveyor belt. That one was interesting to me because it does things that none of the other ones do right now. How do I put it down? Duration 1 minute. Hit points is probably not going to be huge. Effect. What is the effect of this thing? What is the size of the conveyor belt is a good starting point. Are we talking about like a treadmill that people could run on, but it's only like 1 meter? Or are we talking a conveyor belt that you would place underneath a vehicle, like a tank, and you would move the entire tank? Because I feel if you're gonna go through the trouble of actually designing a hardlight construct and then using it, even though it's expensive, it's probably not good to make a simple treadmill, right? That could make treadmill.stl, that could be a thing, but that's probably the last one I'm gonna do today, just because my dog is starting to stare at me. Like, what's up? It's 7 p.m. We're not outside. What is happening? Effect. There's definitely some potential with this one. I'm just trying to figure out what is the fiction. Try to get an interesting starting point for this one. It depends why it was created. If it was created before the flare for use in factories or after the flare for use against enemies. I think most prisms, I'm running off the assumption they were created before the flare. The ones that were created after, I kind of want them to be the minority. They exist for sure, but I think that there's a way to make this work with pre-flare justifications. If it's for use in factories, I guess it wouldn't necessarily be very large, but it might be very long. Should I make it also like... What should I do about the speed of it? Oh, I know what I could use to justify it being a hardlight construct. You know these cleaning tools that have like a kind of a conveyor belt in them that you can pick up sauce and like liquids with, just because they're super thin. They work kind of like a conveyor belt. Let me see if I can find a video of this. Sauce, like pick up sauce video. Yeah, this thing. Okay, that's a YouTube ad. That's another YouTube ad. Okay, there we go. Like this thing here. So I could make it like a super thin conveyor belt that you could slide underneath of super heavy objects, and it could pick up basically anything, or it could... Like, the fact that it's super thin, I think, gives it the justification I needed. Oh, hello. Let's go with that. So you create a conveyor. How do I explain it is the thing. You create a rotating surface How do I describe this thing? Let's call it treadmill. And then let's say you create a conveyor belt. That way you have both, and it kind of gives the idea. Is a rectangle. A thin. Let's put some faces on it. A thin rectangle on the ground. Which can be up to 3 meters by 3 meters. The treadmill is extremely thin and can appear can slide. No, not slide, because it gives the idea that the treadmill is moving. Can be between the ground, occupying a space. Ugh, that's so gamey in the worst possible way. And can appear in an occupied space. I think that works. By appearing between the ground and a creature or object on the ground. I have a designer buddy called Heavy Arms who hates with a passion anything that's too wordy, so I'm gonna just shoot this thing his way and watch him absolutely destroy it. Just to make it like a tenth of the words that it's currently taking. At the end of your turns, each creature and object on the treadmill. Oh, I should say that you have to choose a direction. So oriented in a direction of your choice. Each creature and object on the treadmill at the end of your turn is pushed. How fast do we want this thing to be? Probably like not very fast at base level, but then you could use a projector to increase the speed. So let's say like 1 meter in the chosen direction. that kind of works for me. That has a bunch of uses in and out of combat. It's exactly the type of thing I would like this game to have. And then for the effect, I think I'm gonna do the same thing I did for the panel, which is you get to choose one. Either you increase the size, so what was the sentence I used? If using a projector, choose one. Okay, simple enough. That goes over here. The width, or it's not height. The maximum width of the treadmill increases by twice the projector's deck level. Or creatures get pushed an extra 1 meter for oh, but then if it's only 3 meters and you're pushing them 5 meters, it kind of this isn't great. This is not very good. I guess I'll make it like those ones where if using a tech 1 or above, you get extra dimensions, and then if using a tier 3 or above, that's when you get extra speed. So like this, if using a tech 1 or above projector, the maximum width and length of the treadmill increase by 1 meter multiplied by the projector's deck level. Actually, I probably want it to be even bigger than that. Probably like the base width and length is 3 by 3. Let's make it 2 by 2 plus 2 by 2 per level. There we go. And if using a tech 3 or above projector, creatures and objects on the treadmill get pushed an extra 1 meter at the end of your turn, of each of your turns. And I said this other one was going to be the most complex. This is pretty complex as well. But I think it's still manageable, at least. Like, it might take you like 30 seconds at the table just to reread all of this as the GM to make sure you understand how it works. But let's compare that to Roll20, Contingency. Yeah, if you don't remember how this spell works, and your player just starts to use it, let's even use Roll20. Teleportation. teleport spell. Yeah, this one is gonna take you a bit longer to figure out in the middle of combat. So I'm okay, I think, with 2 paragraphs. I could be fine. People have at least that amount of patience, I think. There we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we're so close to 10. I don't think this this list of prisms is going to have more than like 20 prisms in the final game. But yeah, at least we've gotten a good variety here right now. So I'm kind of happy with this stream. I want to test these like in a real playtest, see how the players react to it now. But yeah, that's going to be it. Sorry. Ooh, sorry. That is not the scene I wanted to go to. That is the scene I wanted to go to. Yeah, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a nice little Saturday. Next stream, I'm not sure what I want to spend it on yet. It might just be more monsters, because we only did 2.5 monsters the other day, and yeah, this system is gonna need a whole lot more bad guys. So it might just be a second bad guy stream. And yeah, with some luck, it's going to be the last stream before I release my next video, finally. It's been like a month and a half at this point. This project just kind of blew up in scope. But it was a whole lot of fun, so I hope you'll hang out, watch that next video, and yeah, have a good one. Till next time, bye.